I'm here, cutting it close, as I do. Busy morning. We got 5 minutes. I shut myself off to the side a little more. No, I'm fine. Fine right there, never mind. Excited. Lethargic morning. Five minutes. I really got it close. I was planning on going live a little earlier, but I was busy with my girl and editing, so. Anywho, excited to see what they have in store for us for the next 2 hours.
One day.
That was a contest winner. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'm not judging. Oh, goodness. Two more minutes. And yes, of course I have. The game loaded up, I just didn't actually log in. I will leave it be. Interesting background screen, I guess. I would like to think that's us being able to cut into a hull of a ship, but I know that's just reading into it too much. I'm on my second cup of coffee. I'm definitely feeling it. Very much needed today. Hopefully, I'm hoping, I have a feeling, a lot of people have this feeling, but I feel like they're gonna have something to say about Nyx. And hopefully, they touch base on crafting and base building. That's my hope. Not likely to happen, but I'd like to think that will be the case. 30 seconds. There's a little bit delay on my stream. Whole ass 10, no way. Is that really how bad the delay is? No shot. Wow.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people.
Hopefully the volume's good for you guys.
Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse, with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the
I guess
team.
that's not
They
wrong.
delivered something no
It
other
has
online game
improved the
does
server
presently.
performance.
There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next Star Citizen would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat.
So
Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month.
No
Star
way.
Citizen's third system comes online in
No
4.4.
way. Okay, actually kind of broadsided by that. I did not expect the next month.
Teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams
Oh,
behind
that's
the
sick.
scenes,
I'm so
most
excited.
importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today.
I mean, we all knew they were going to talk about
Nyx,
Nyx, but I didn't think next month.
We're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
That's insane, dude. I'm so fucking stoked. Let's go. Next month is gonna be sick. Was this our little sneak peek into... No. That was a pretty sick intro. I would like to think that was kind of a rendering of Nyx, but, you know, that's just like a... It's definitely the generic space image they show with, like, the launcher and everything.
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we delivered Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue
Holy
our
shit,
march
dude, I'm
towards
hyped.
1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done.
Next month
and
is
are
insane,
continuing to
yeah.
do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
That was the last thing I expected. Maybe they will hit 1.0 within the next 2 years. I know you're streaming,
In
yeah.
2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone
Making a
for
special
adventure across the
exception.
universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the
Sadly, at
curtain
work
on
listening to
ASD
his audio.
and shady
Fair enough.
practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0.
I kind of had a
As
feeling
this
the
new
Yort
chapter of Star
storyline
Citizen
would bleed
begins,
into
let's
Nyx.
hear from just a few of the team members.
So they said
working
that
to
there would
bring
be
this
a
next
Vandal
era
conflict
of our
over there.
universe to life.
What ship is that?
When the Nyx system was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the
Urban,
UEE,
okay.
came out and did scans.
That's what I thought it
and
was true.
Kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up.
Oh, so the little intro
One company
sequence
saw
was a
an
glimpse into
opportunity
Nyx.
where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective.
Did you buy the CitCon pack? No.
And then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the
I probably
People's
should have,
Alliance,
but
who
I did
were
not.
a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
Nyx is enough for me too, dude. Yeah,
Set
for
up
sure.
what they saw as their ideal society.
I'm so stoked.
Where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times.
The new faction.
So Nyx today
Whatever
is
that
kind
is.
of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever. And there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask.
No,
are
I
they
never.
prepared to
I got
handle
in
that?
like
Or
right
do
after
they need to
Levski, I
turn to the
think.
UEE
Not
for
too long
help?
after it. I started playing like 3.12, I think it was. Or 3.10, I don't remember. It was somewhere around there.
Making a star system is you.
End of
you
2019,
approach it
beginning
from
of 2020 is
two
when I
angles
started.
in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and.
I just
has
want to know
some
what the
flair
law
to it.
system's gonna be like in Nyx.
So the Nyx system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier
excited.
thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness.
I wonder
is
how
the
small the
defining
system's gonna be.
factor. You're still going to find gangs.
Will we
you're
get
still
crime
gonna
staff for
find
killing?
hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want.
I don't think we'll get crime
live off
staff
the
for
grid.
killing
The
Vandals.
People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were
Vandals is gonna be like killing,
unhappy
you know,
with
Ninetales
the direction
and
that
Stanton.
the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
Yeah, you get people like those who reside in
Star
Pyro.
is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
Whoa.
The
I'm
system
so excited,
has
dude.
its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas sort of nebulous cloud.
Nyx has no live
And it
planets, all of
has
them are dead.
points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy.
Oh, I'm so hyped, dude.
So because Nyx is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nyx gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space.
And it's a red
It
glow.
feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light.
I'm so excited.
The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the
What's
direction
going
of
to
it,
come.
you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool.
I'm so hyped. I can't. I don't even have words.
To give more atmosphere,
Next month
was
is
testing out
insane.
adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle.
That's a good point. More
But then when
Vandal
you
ships with Nyx.
Away from
That'd
the
be
sun,
sick.
you'll see the
Well,
reflections.
maybe
some
not.
little glints of.
We might see more glimpses of Vandal ships, but I think there will be more introductions as they
For the
flesh
jump
out
points in
that
Nyx, we'll
distant
have
system.
2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nyx and one from Stanton to Nyx. It should be going from Nyx to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Oh, dude, I'm so.
Glacier
I
Belt
keep saying
is
it, I'm so
a
stoked.
Huge asteroid
The
belt
streamlined.
that is in
Oh,
sort of the middle of the system.
it looks so
Glacier
good.
Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings.
It's gonna be
and
large or
gas
big,
clouds.
medium Vandal
And
ship.
it's
Not
combining
only
them
for
to make
combat.
something completely new that we've just
Prowler's
not
too
seen before.
small. Yeah.
It's full.
Need
of
something that can compete with
resources
the
that are
Corsair.
Still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So I'd imagine
So
that
the rocks in
Nyx,
Nyx
the only
are
landing
a bit
zone is
more
going to be
sharp.
Levski.
Like sort of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
I wonder if they'll have those EM signature
Always
things,
feel
like
way
when
more
they
interesting flying in those
when you do
spaces than
patrol or
just,
ambush
you know,
missions.
empty void.
And as we build out the
Just
Glacier Network
naturally
next
out there?
year, lots of places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Also, it was originally called Delmar. I did not know that. I don't know shit about
is
Levski.
our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's
So
gonna be
Nyx
the
is just going to be a
central hub for
miner's haven.
Trade,
It seems like
hauling, and all of the
seeing
commerce
3-star
within
systems to
Nyx, and
choice
also
next month will be
from
cool.
Nyx
Yeah,
to other
you know
systems.
everybody's going
It
to
does have a
choose
CD underlying to it.
Nyx as their starting location next month. And Nyx is
Over
going to
the
be
years, you're sort of
That's gonna be
improving
bloated
the
as fuck.
generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you
I feel
fly
autistic
towards
because I'm
Levski,
so
you see
excited.
huge
I'm
gas ring around
I'm
it,
struggling to
scattered
contain
small,
myself.
mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach,
Ooh.
you'll initially
That looks
see a very
dope.
dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll
Yo,
also
that is
see
sick.
growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be
That is
landing pads
sick.
along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Dude.
Before we were using an actual planet.
This is such
we
a
had all of the
nice
space
change of
available
pace
to
as far as vibe
place,
goes.
all of these structures.
It'll
But
be
now it
packed,
kind of
and
meant that we
Levski
had
has
to
a
create an
lot
asteroid
of
which
cargo
has the
spots,
appropriate size
like
to-
dedicated zero-G freight elevators and cargo landing pads.
If we took the whole
Yeah, it'll
shot
be good for
of the
like
asteroid, you
reclaimers and mining
see
ships and the
that
whole sea.
there is an area to fly underneath.
Dude,
We
it
plan
looks
on
so
bringing in whole
dope.
sea gameplay.
I love
So
the
this is
board
exterior,
hole being used.
Cargo elevators. So as a team, you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now
Love that. It
going
feels
to be
lively.
fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
It's so cool.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of
It
order.
was solid
But
before.
only
I love that they made it to where you can
the
fly
People's
through.
Alliance has people living.
But we've had Livski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually. And there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
I'm glad that we're
So if you
getting
take
a bit of
the
lore
elevator
involved
up
with
to
it.
the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade.
The interior has like a weird, like a
buy
mashup
your tractor beam
between
and other
Loreville
gear
and
that you need.
Grimhex, as far as the vibe goes, but
So
more
if you were to die in the Nyx system,
you know,
then one of the places
light
you might come out
feeling,
from
I guess,
is
would be the word.
hospital in
Or
Levski, which
hospitable.
is called the Mercy Hospital.
Oh, well.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski. Anybody traveling
Isn't
through
that the name of the
system,
hospital at
trying to
Loreville?
provide
Mercy?
as good medical help
Or am I
for
tripping?
people as they can.
When you arrive at the
Starts with an M.
Habs location,
It's something
you're
close to
presented with
that.
a lobby, elevator bank.
What is the
and then you will
hospital
take
called?
that transit
Bill, hold on.
to the Hab room. So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but
Oh, the
they're a
Myriad.
home
I'm
for
dumb.
people in Levski.
Pure of heart. I
You
don't
head
know
down
things.
to the lower.
Hey, that's an M name. It's the
You'll go
same.
through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls. There will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also Conscientious Objects, which is for weapons.
What
There's
a name
also
for a
one of my
weapon
favourite
shop.
places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there.
Is that a subtle hint to a
If you
contract
explore a
giver?
bit
That
more
would be
around the
sick.
Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach a Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff.
There's definitely got to be industrial
We've
focused
closed up
ships there.
Dundas Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is the
Refinery,
deck
of
for
course.
Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nix system, and refine and sell those goods there. As a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related. So it's super important that
I'm glad I'm
Levski
getting
is a
into
really
mining
nice
now,
hub
because
for
Nix is going to
mining
be
type of gameplay.
very mining heavy.
So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we
Nice
work.
subtle hints of like
with
it's not
everything
finished,
always
guys,
learning
but
and
you'll be able to
improving and
fly in
finding
it.
new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic.
That makes me
to
worried,
Stanton
honestly.
And be a much more calming of style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago. So seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
Hell yeah. I'm excited for it, but I'm also kind of worried. Because they're like, we have the system built, but we have nothing for you to do there, is the kind of vibe I'm getting. That's what I'm worried about.
So we've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nix is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is
That's
basically
real
a
ambiguous.
continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for
Interesting.
doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff?
That would
or
be sick.
Military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions.
Okay.
Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal
Elite
tech
combat
within
missions
the
would be
Nix system
fantastic.
and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
Hell yeah, Guardian.
So when
My
you come out of
favorite ship
Quantum
right now
and you
for
start your
combat.
approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nix system as the system was being established. But you'll also see some additional design
Oh, it's like
cues that
Gaslight.
QV planetary services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading
static
to asteroid
Polaris.
bases. Now, these asteroid bases are locked.
As a point of
so
interest.
We don't know exactly what's inside just
That's
yet.
interesting.
But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take
It's
place.
a
So not only
semi-lawless
is this
system,
facility
yes.
unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
Nyx is basically like, you know how in Starfield there was the I can't remember the name of the group, the faction. They like defected from. Nyx is basically defected from the UEE and its own kind of governing law system, I guess you could say. More neutral between. It's like a middle ground between Pyro and Stanton.
For the first time in the PU, the Vandal.
I don't know about the first time, but go on. We've seen Vandal ships,
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nyx system. They don't really know what
I'm
they
excited
want.
to see
Don't
more
know why they're
Vandal
doing
ships.
It, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been rioting in the system.
just don't want to deal with the crime stats.
And
They haven't given any
unaffiliated to
indication
plan.
of what
The small
crime
groups coming
stats
in and picking up
will be like in
but
their.
as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
They'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
Hell yeah, new Vandal ship. It's a bigger. Please be bigger. Be something that's comparable to like a
Civilians on arrival
buddy or like a
So at this
Corsair
point, you have a choice. You can either
or
bug
Guardian.
out, mission over, or join the fight.
There's no bugging out,
This will
man.
be the first
The
time
only
since
option
the
is to
PU
fight.
launch that you'll be able to fight against Vandal.
Please be a
aggressors.
big size. That's what I'm
This
saying,
fight
dude.
will be intense. The player
It looks
should
roughly
be
the
able to
same
deal
size
with
as the
them,
other ships, though.
but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
Judging by the look of it, it feels like it's roughly
After you fight off the
Guardian
Vandal ships,
and his
the
stature.
mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which Intersect sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station.
I think that's a
and it
pretty
turns
safe
out
bet, Bakes.
The inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy.
Yo, that
because
armor
the
is
people that
sick.
are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on here, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They will be
New
wielding
skin for the
unfamiliar weapons.
Parallax, too, it looks
And
like.
we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
So after you survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with Intersect, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The director from Intersect
That's
is
everything
to
about it.
explore the station and collect
But
as
did
much
you see the
information
new
as you
Onyx
possibly
stuff at all? Nope. Yes and no. I'm avoiding it like the plague. All I know is you can go deeper and there's a new creature.
It's not just the
That's
space
all I want to
station.
know. I'm
There's
leaving it
the
as a
Pacific
surprise
capital
for when
ship.
it goes live.
There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vandal have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal are after them.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you've beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Of course, more Wicklow farming. We can't have
This
anything
isn't just a
new
one-time
without
event,
our
this
greedy
is a
boy Wicklow
permanent
getting
sort
his
of
grubby
mission
fingers
that we're
on
going to be adding
things.
to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersect will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersect along the way.
Just please don't spoil what the fucking story is with your goddamn trailers this time. 4 guns on that Stinger.
I'm excited to bring...
I think that ship is to the caliber of like a Guardian or an F8.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vandal Swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
It's a chonky boy, for sure. That's big.
So this
That's
marks
really
a
big.
great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few
my
minutes
coffee's
to look
empty.
ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Yeah, I'll be going into the next patch.
Hello,
blind.
everyone, and welcome to the Voyager Bar in
Mike
beautiful,
Peak.
scenic Orison, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone. Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the
I was about to say,
system.
no way, just 2
And
hours of
in case
Nix.
you missed it
How
because
deep
you were
are we
chatting
at this
with friends,
point?
it's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro.
Yeah, it's
many
only
folks
40
have been
minutes.
speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there.
There's your
It's an
answer,
exciting
Sporks.
time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because as
Independent.
the architects of our persistent
Not
universe
necessarily
said at the start of
lawless,
the
but not
show,
lawful.
The foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked.
Wonder
us
if we'll be able to
bring
fight
more
the Vandal in
Star Citizen
FPS
than
or
ever
if it'll
before
just be
as we continue
space
our
battles. I think it's
journey
going to be
towards
space battles
1.0.
initially
Now,
because
before
they
we
said we're
continue
going to
with the
have
show,
access to
let's
Nix
get
and
a
then
few
slowly
housekeeping
be
tasks
built
out
up
of the
as we
way.
get to play through it.
First, we're simulcast on YouTube and
Which
Twitch.
means
so if you want the keen communities of Twitch
because
or
they
the
also
4K
showed that the
ultra
Vandal
high resolution
system
of
will be
YouTube,
visible,
you have
and
your
as they build
choice.
things out,
Second, throughout
the
the
imminent
broadcast
danger will be
today,
more
we wanna
prevalent.
see and
So
hear what you have to
I think
say
as they
along
get
the
closer
way.
to that,
You
we
can tell
might
us
see
on
some
social media
FPS with
by using
the Vandal.
#CitizenCon. We're
Especially with the
especially
conflict
interested
between
to see any
that one
photos from
faction
those
and the
watch
Vandal
parties that
being
are
hemmed
happening
in.
across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had
Do you
a
think crime
CitizenCon
stat will be a thing in
contest
Nix?
going for people to create their very own
I think it'll be a
slice
blend.
of life in the PU videos.
Because it depends
So we
what they
played the
do.
winning
Like,
entries
are they going to have
during
a whole new
pre-show
prison system in Nix?
The offerings were
You know?
super varied.
I think it'll be
the
like
idea was to work with a team to
back
show
like
the life of a miner or a
rep
hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever.
oriented sort of stuff. So
One
if you
guy
decide to
just
be a
said,
murderous
"I'm
piece of
gonna make
shit,
a video about how awesome I am, and I respect that.
then maybe
Shout out
the
Nocturnal
people who
Revenant.
run
I
Levski
don't
won't be
remember if
keen
were
on
one of
you
the winners
landing.
Getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here.
Imagine back to Stanton Bozo. That would mean that the independent system of Nix would be working in tandem with the UEE, which would not be the case.
Switzerland right now, a completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nix arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt,
So
and
hyped,
the
dude.
new
I'm
Welcome to
so
Nix
fucking
operation
hyped.
we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now, at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the maestro Pedro himself. And let's take a look at
finally,
some of what the
we've had the
next
same
year
music
has to
for
offer
ages.
for the Nyx system.
I love this choice and transition screens. It looks cool. Topographical maps of asteroids is wild.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets.
What do you mean, Genesis?
We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it's
Do a lot of
simply
mining
wants
still
to be there.
on my Pledge Prospector, so excited to do some industrial stuff there. Yeah, I'm glad I'm getting
Genesis
into
also
mining.
ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means
It does
you can
look a
now
lot more
tell where
believable.
to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality.
Yeah, Genesis
And
there.
it provides
I've gathered that thus far. New planetary tech.
Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This
Which I think
is a
will
major part
definitely
of what exploration
lead
is
well
for us.
into like base
We
building
want
and
that
stuff.
feeling of
The
finding
system
a
being
corner of
put
the
in.
universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home.
Hint, hint.
Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows
Where the hell
Genesis
is this
to
planet
realize
gonna be?
our
This
vision.
looks amazing.
As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Because
Thanks,
Nyx
Ian.
is going to be like
So,
a
in
dead
case it's not
system,
already
so
clear,
there's nothing lively
Genesis
there.
is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds.
Like a true jungle? Yeah,
Finding
not
those that
just
we've already
a
created, and
cluster of
ultimately
trees.
expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx.
Okay, so
there are 3 planets in Nyx.
maybe those were planets in
Nyx 3
Nyx.
is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay.
Hell yeah.
It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
The one you were just teasing. Yeah, okay, so the one they've been teasing, the one that looks sick.
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes.
This one might be competitive as far as the prettiest planet.
Sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp,
Bloom was my favorite, but now this Nyx one might be.
These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology. In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously,
looking kind of like a jungle there? Yeah, like a mix, like grasslands,
that's because the orbit was
rainforest,
designed to look
swamp
like vegetation that we'd
kind
place
of
on the
feel.
surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green.
It's a much better blend, that's
including
for sure.
variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from
It's going to make like any sort of industrial work, specifically mining, much more interesting.
And start with something
let
closer
alone
to what
base
you're used to,
building,
but in a whole new light.
whenever that gets put in. And of course they use a Polaris.
When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by
Yeah,
focusing
seasons
on
will
just
be
the
interesting.
soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil
Am I
and
tripping, or
bedrock
was
size
there not
values.
much of a difference when they did that pan
This
over?
gives us a whole new level
I mean,
of
I don't think
terrain
it's going to be
detail,
notable until
of
we're
scale,
actually
and
up
allows
close
us
to
to
it.
create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got 2 major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large scale, varied detail to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an
It'll
exciting
be interesting
new
to see
dimension
if
steep slopes
and
that we
when
simply
this sort of tech
couldn't
is
get before.
implemented to the pre-existing planets.
The second is a big one for you
And how
ground
that
vehicle
affects it.
enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell. Using physical data, generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis.
That's good.
So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you. The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too.
It definitely seems
So now
like
that our
Nyx is
base
going to be
terrain
heavy
and
into
rock
mining,
scattering
and
looks good,
mining
let's
will
add
have
some
a
vegetations and explore
more
some
depth
additional biomes.
to it with these new systems in place, like biome-oriented.
Nyx 1's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows.
It looks really
When we
good.
start
They
to
did
add a
really
bit of
well with
fresh
this.
water, they begin transitioning into more wetland type biomes. And while forests are super cool, let's focus
Finding
on the
certain
grasslands
minerals
and
should be
wetlands
easier with all
today.
this. Yeah. That's what I was getting at. That's what I'm thinking.
So, how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning,
Okay.
shaping, and shading grass.
Yeah, how?
With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes. Whether it be dense meadows,
Taking
or
some of the
more
load off of the
complex collections
CPU.
of
That would be
ground cover
nice.
Like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before. Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now,
That the
as in
ground
real
vehicle
life,
is not
shading
bouncing
of a
around
grass
enough.
blade, or indeed a
Not
whole field
realistic to the
grass, is
gameplay
lit
whatsoever.
very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass.
That's good because it's a definitely
so,
fuck you
let's
right
talk about
now.
the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we
Very
afford to
blocky in the
evaluate
rendering right now.
complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
Interesting.
When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills.
So I'm guessing like
Some more
this
dramatic
just
rockscapes.
in short, this is just making it easier for the game to
Those
tell us
muggy
what we're
wetlands.
seeing as we roll in, because those blocks will
Or even
change
our
out
festering
as we get
swamps.
closer.
So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nyx 1 as well. built using the lessons learned and all the
Enjoy
technology.
them using Nyx to show new improvements to the engine. Yeah, for sure. I think it's a good move, especially with how involved the Nyx system is going to be with like industrial gameplay.
Shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground
With like
coverage,
new
and I think it
implementations of
creates
mineral
something really
deposits, etc. Whoa! Look at that thing in the distance. The fuck is that? What the? Was that a tree? Was that a rock formation? It was like a weird arcing thing.
That's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nyx 1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
I'm so hyped.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally. Up until now, our mission system
that's the
has
Pyro
been
Gate, I
specific
feel
to
like.
the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change.
They did say they were going to make it to where like contract markers will be more traversable, like more
System-to-system hauling mission.
visible between.
Hauling is back.
No one said Holly was gone. You guys even play the game?
No, hauling's been ass.
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships. And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Helios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to.
I'm so glad that I have a whole C.
And
Because
no
now
way
I'll
limited. You
actually
can do
have
them in
more
any
purpose
sort
to
of
it.
ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake Cutter.
Hopefully they fix the issues.
Stanton and Nyx.
Just a Drake Cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake Cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission leader has tipped off some
my god,
pirates
finally.
who are looking to get a hold of that
I've
cargo.
been wanting NPC
as well as
interceptions for a
express
while.
missions, which
Missed
means
that.
The deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
What will the color of the jump cape be? It's definitely going to be cooler
At the start of the show,
than other ones. I mean, it's probably going to be some sort of blue hue, just like Stanton.
4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors,
Maybe a bluish
so you
green.
can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own.
I don't
We
know.
still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
Oh, that looks dope. The fuck? What is with this obelisk-ass thing in the
Rockcracker,
center?
Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock.
So it's like a space Hathor.
You want more?
So way out into the Kiga Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations.
This is where the new Wicklow farm is gonna be. I guarantee it.
These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we
Well,
bring
we
this
know where
facility
the
back to
the
life.
necessary things for the new Wicklow
It's not just
A2 is
about
going to be
flipping the switch.
farmed. Oh wait, no, that's next
As you bring
patch,
these
so that's not
stations
the
back to
case.
life, you'll be lighting the beacon
Wonder what Wigglow's
calling
gonna
attention
want
to
this
these
stuff for.
long-forgotten places.
This isn't a spoiler, but turrets
One of
shoot
the
at you
main
again in
features
PTU,
is
so
the
Dupree
laser
now
head, which
shoots
will
the
require
data
certain
and
things
the,
to get
and the
working.
data centers. I've never been to Dupree.
It's
What
up to
is
you
Dupree?
and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll
I
be
know it's
variety of
like a
options.
very hot spot for PvP.
Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance.
Interior mining, interesting.
Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
My
there
favorite.
may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
New armor.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility.
So I'm guessing you have to go in,
activated the
turn
laser.
shit on, and then you do the mining on the
You've
outside.
fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
So it's basically Space Hathor.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation.
Yeah, the
and who don't
PvP
mind a
hotspot.
little bit of FPS content while they're there.
There's going to be so much camping there, without a doubt.
It will be very new experience compared to any other asteroids because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch in an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game
That's what I was hoping they'd say.
it will be a place where like an
Yeah,
organization or
all
group
Nyx
of,
feels
5,
like a
6
very
people
good
can come
foothold for them to
and
expand
just
into
get
crafting
a
for sure.
monumental amount of minerals.
Especially with all these new systems being implemented like Genesis and Rockcracker.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving
Debris a
storyline
DC
of all
where
three
Red One
systems
contracts
we'll have
would
in the
stack
game.
up.
And of course,
Making 2 mil,
when we
damn.
begin populating these with new
That's why I
planets,
see
there'll be a
everybody
whole host of
talking shit
ground-based
about
POIs,
Debris and
settlements
Global.
and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did, yeah. Well, I mean, there's no other way to word it, dude. That's all Pyro
Good job,
is.
everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion.
There's
to the
going to be a
mission
lot of
system that'll let us
ganking and
connect
Nyx,
these
dude,
3-star
especially at
systems like never
Rockcracker.
before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're going to fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way.
See, yeah.
No, I'm being
yeah,
told
exactly.
it's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France.
Why do the people around Jared feel like such NPCs right now?
All right, and see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The CitCon Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nix system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet. 2 armor sets
the new
from a
armor.
mysterious faction causing a ruckus with a Vanduul, and an intersect BDU
Fuck,
sweater.
look at that
A couple
Joker
of
ass
crazy
looking
weapons
guy
that I'm
right
certain
there.
we're going to learn about in just a few minutes. Some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vanduul to Star Citizen, a cool Vanduul knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever.
Nothing I'm super
So, yeah,
excited
it's
for,
a
but I
pretty
mean, it's cool.
A pretty solid haul for this year's Digital Goodies Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our
How
next
much is
segment.
that goodies back?
Much of what you see in
I
the
don't know if
show
I'll
today
get
has
it,
been
but-
the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How do you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nix star system and the Vanduul are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nix, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone.
I don't
It
like
deserves
this.
A major showcase
I don't like this at
celebrating
all.
everybody's hard work. And
You got more, right?
well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out.
Cool.
The
Wow, it's like they only
desync of
scanned
sound.
the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning and PCAP does.
Yeah, they showed the weapons. There was 2 guns.
Well,
that matches this armor.
This has been super cringe,
Yep.
so I'm gonna head out.
I'm so glad that they're self-aware how cringe it was.
Regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No. Let's just go to.
I will give him credit for being self-aware.
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the Persistent Universe.
That's a lame, dude. You know, I'd get the
last year has
CitCon
been
Direct
pretty
pack
hectic in terms
if
of
it wasn't
vehicle
War
deliveries.
Bond
I think
only.
We've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new
You
ships.
still
some
have
old
gaps?
manufacturers.
You had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in.
Snuck
None of you
the
had
Idris
expected
in?
it for a
That's
while,
a
and
wild
it's been
statement.
busy, yeah. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think.
Weapons and armor shows the names.
Everyone's mentioned
The
the
ones
Wolf.
in-
The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The one is the
Wolf
Space
obviously
AK we
a
saw
return
like years
Kruger,
ago. Yeah, they did a splash screen of like
was,
what
you know,
what
was kind of
all's in
everything set
that
out
goodies
to be,
pack.
and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah.
Seems
I'm
like
gonna say
new
Wolf.
weapons.
The Golem, I think, is just
Obviously,
an
they do
incredibly
faction armor.
well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off
Best
that trope
mining
aesthetic,
ship
giving
cannot
you the
convince
absolute
me
bare minimum
otherwise.
needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well. It's kind of hard to pin down.
Corsair's better.
Because we've released, a lot of really cool.
Until the Zeus MR
Next year,
is
we've got some Silver Sun
flyable
coming
in game.
up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're gonna see again maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting.
Ironclad
so
win. Kraken win.
a breadth of ships.
That's all I care about is
Three
the
new
Drake
ships being
ships.
introduced today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nix
So
system.
much exposition.
We'll start with the People's Alliance.
Show
and
me the
Anvil
ship.
Aerospace.
Thank you. Oh, the one everybody predicted.
Anvil is a very
The
military-based brand.
Paladin.
It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time.
That's the
fighting
name,
for lots
right?
of military contracts and lore. Often
The
up
Anvil
against
Paladin.
Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships.
is it Aegis?
designs
I always
such
get
as
the two
Hornet
mixed
and
up.
Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life.
Yeah, I was right.
Paladin
Everyone
is a
was right.
gunship
Everyone
from
saw
Anvil
this coming a mile
Aerospace
away.
Designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to stay in a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game that are true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in
Suppose
game
that's
without
valid.
being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's
Good.
multi-crew. It's just built.
Make the
purely
gunboats
for battle.
not
It's got
soloable.
Lots of armor.
Please.
Lots of guns. Big guns.
It's got a very similar.
The CitCon pad
SWAT
basically
kind of
confirmed
form to
Paladin.
Valkyrie.
Yeah, true.
It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously, a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you, even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the two remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is
That's
controlled
dope.
by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it.
As long
and
as
then
it's
the side
crewed,
turrets also have
you got full
360
coverage.
that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions.
The ship is going to be a menace if you go out crewed.
One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central two-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
That's kind of nice. That's a
You've got
nice change
the
of
pilot,
pace.
co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the two connected.
Pilot gets 4
I think
guns.
that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the
That's
ability
reasonable.
to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in
side
combat
runs.
solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do. Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into
Odd
this sort of
comparisons.
armory ready room area. You have a
That it's
variety
still
of
not
suit lockers
usable in
and
game.
weapon racks in this room.
Everything's
Serves
very
no purpose right
militaristic,
now.
stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU.
That's going to be a
crates.
pain in
Forward
the
of
ass.
that is the route to the
To
lower
get to.
gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup, so something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship. You know, the Paladin's there just to
The Paladin looks a lot
make sure
better
it's safe, make sure no one messes
than
with you,
other
and
ships,
just
honestly.
basically scare people away.
The thing I like most,
It's more
I think,
of a
about the
directional
Paladin
feel, I
is
feel like.
that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. when they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work.
The toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats.
I think
And
that would be
talking
a
of
good
threats,
ship to
let's
have
move to our
when going
next
into
ship,
Nyx,
a
for
replica
sure.
from Hesperia. Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialize in
new Hesperia ship?
recreating exotic and
Please.
particularly alien
Please.
spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vandal Stinger.
Oh, well, alright. I was hoping something
Vandal
else.
are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7 foot tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it.
The
fuse
body
it
of this
together
one kind of
into
gives
their
me
own
like a
needs.
beetle
They
vibe.
are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved
Called
for
it-
their
called it.
higher tier sort of ace
Same
pilots
tier as
or
the Guardian and an
high-ranking
F8.
members within their clans.
The Stinger is a competitor to something
There's
like
going to be a
PFA
Vandal
or
ship sale
against the
when
Scorpius.
Nyx drops for
Packs
sure.
a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just
Guaranteed
both the
those are
number
going to
and the
be
size of them. So they're for
bespoke
players
guns.
who don't want agility. They don't want to be in
Guaranteed.
and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits.
There's no way those guns
One
aren't
thing
going to be
Hesperia
bespoke.
have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about
Oh,
the glaive
well.
and blade
Damn.
and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Hesperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game.
Okay,
By doing
well,
this, it
hey,
provides greater flexibility
I love to
the
be
end
wrong
user, and this is
when it
something
comes to
Xperia wanted
bespoke.
for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Interesting.
Our
I
job
love
as
the alien
VFR
ships.
team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an
The Stinger
opportunity
looks
to
dope.
take,
I'm definitely
you know,
gonna get
this
one.
really well-established art style and, you know, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. You know, it connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle, and it
Love
pulls
it.
the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take,
Looks
for
like there's
example,
going to be some
the
like
way the
more
cockpits are
Vandal
constructed,
oriented
front,
weaponry
got this big
available
kind
to
of
us now too.
bubble dome that gives the cockpit
Those
quite a
cannons look
unique
wild.
shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear.
Oh,
and
fucking
it leads you kind of
rib
straight up
cage
into the belly of the
entry
ship.
is
There's,
dude.
you know, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On
Oh, that
entry
is
of the cockpit,
dope.
the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being
That
like,
is sick. I
carried
love
inside
that.
the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
Oh, that
Very happy with
dude
the Stinger. I think the
is
team's done a
quickly
really good
becoming
job
one of my
of
favorite
making something
alien
that feels
ships.
different. It feels
That is so
alien,
sick.
but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the, you know, the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships and Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration
the
from
stream lags
movies
behind,
and
or maybe
other science
you're
fiction
behind.
material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin.
A Vandal
for
rifle
the
would be
People's
nice.
Alliance.
I think
We
we'll be getting
have
that with
the
pretty soon
Stinger
after Nyx
for
drops.
people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
is the new faction
So
going
Gray
to have?
Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in
New
Odin.
contract giver, maybe?
To get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't.
You're behind for
items
sure. Okay. Yeah, it does that sometimes.
necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves
Gray
as
has a
conduit
Gray
to
market?
get these things in the hands of
Wow.
people who are would appreciate them.
And
Does it look medium sized? What, the new ship? The Stinger? It's a heavy fighter. It's going to be on the same stature of like a Guardian or a F8.
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know what it is. If I'm
Little
to be
bulkier
fair.
It's what
than
happens
those,
when someone who is a genius
but comparable in
at
size.
aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do
fuck is
whatever
that?
they want. It's
It's not a
the
paladin, is
best
it?
of whatever they can find lying around.
What the fuck ship is
put
that?
together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
I'm so confused.
At first glance,
This is
the
a
exterior of the
fucky
Shiv,
cutting?
I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
So
As you look a
gray?
little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got,
Just
main thrusters
hodgepodges
of the Valkyrie.
ships?
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have
It's
had
like
panels welded
this
on,
feels like a
panels
weird
removed. The top turret, which
anvil
is now remote, is
putty.
just this hodgepodge amalgamation. with
Okay, I
multiple
literally
other
just said
ships'
hodgepodge.
turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside, where again it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters.
I need this.
It's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed.
I love this.
If you look carefully,
I
you'll notice
cannot
there are,
wait
like,
for this.
tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet.
It's a bucket.
Bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just
I
look at
love
this.
this.
Thing. How do you even begin to
I
describe
love
the
this so
madness
much.
that created this?
This is so sick. There's the new
This is something new
favorite
and different
ship
for Star
line.
Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
I gotta fix heavies. The Guardian is in a rough state.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things.
Can't really do as
that,
good as a job. I disagree. I think the Guardian's fantastic
Are they
as is.
legitimate?
I love it. I prefer it over the other heavies.
No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to don't ask where I got it.
Don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I need it.
think
I
the
don't
ship
want
is
it.
for
That
someone that
is so
looking
sick.
A bit different, a bit away from the norm. That just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
That's going to be my only goal.
I'm happy with the 3 ship
When I
offerings.
go to Nix, because I imagine this ship's going to be like earnable rather than purchasable.
Release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement, and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them.
So I'm getting the impression that Gray is going to be like another NPC,
So that's
like
talking ship for another year.
Wicklow.
You gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
Okay. FPS weapons or ship weapons?
I'm talking about the new edition that came out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
Yeah, okay, there was that Space AK you were talking about, Biggs.
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that
My
basically
theories
fires
were right,
energy
man.
and
They were
ballistic
right.
in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of
How the hell is the
work
ammo
in kind
gonna
of like
work
a
with that?
scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic. The
Your
LMG,
LMG,
this
excited for
thing
that.
is a really
Love
fun,
LMGs.
slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal.
Fire rate
The
seems
only
nice.
other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing sniper rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
That's gonna be my new main.
anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow firing rifle. Give me a scrap together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because if you've got the tube on your shoulder and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aiming apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm gonna hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
That rocket launcher seems interesting.
Are we gonna talk about binoculars?
I don't know how to feel about it, but
Binoculars are really cool.
it'll be nice to have more
We don't have anything
big
like
boom
this in the
sticks for
verse,
sure.
And I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
Of course they will.
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not.
What?
Because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously
But it's a
computer
lens.
glint gate, as you know, I beautifully internally call it. Basically, there was a lot of community feedback, basically saying like, "Oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter." And essentially, I
Better
was
term
like,
would be
"Oh,
scout."
this community wants to be able to spot people from distances, and what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features?" And it was like binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
With night vision.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
That'll be good for group gameplay at like things such
Thanks,
as like
Alexei and Zach. That's
Thor
the
and
end of this segment for this year. So that's talking
Jump
ship
Down if they
and
ever
weapons,
decide to do that
unless
again.
Anyone else is going to come and tell me something else? It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
A lot of cool stuff coming in, even as soon as next month. That's crazy.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse. And they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com
Wait,
store.
we're gonna be
Also, any minute now, there's going to be a
No, we're gonna be able to.
that includes all three.
If we're able to buy the gray ship, I'm gonna be disappointed. That should be an earnable only ship.
432 goes live. 3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch. We've got these cool new Levski desk mat things. These are always popular.
Yep, Gray's Market is a new ship manufacturer. It's up on the store. It's a $150 ship.
Of course, love them.
$150 for it.
Can't avoid them. There's this
That is
cool new
disappointing.
Wickelow's Emporium T-shirt. Yeah. There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship
I'm kind of
models from
bothered
new
that you can buy the
partners
Gray's
like
Market
Planet
ship.
Ring and Pigeon Spaceport
I feel like
and more.
that should have been on par with Wicklow sort of situation where you earn it in game.
What else can I show? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties, for those of you at watch parties,
Or if they will add, well, I mean, the keybind for pinging,
challenge
like,
coins. Who doesn't
pinging
love challenge
targets
coins?
is already
There's
in there.
these lovely Levski
Whether
themed
it works or
challenge coins
not.
if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack, so you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin. All right,
Xperia.
what else can I show? Now I'm kind of tired. of
Stinger's
showing.
315.
All right, let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Here we go. Excuse me. Hi. How you doing? That was my best angle. Hey, I got to be careful. Last year, I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester
Paladin's
office.
350.
This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing.
Shocked they're monopolizing the ships? Well, no, I'm not shocked by it. I'm just disappointed that they better make it to where you can earn the.
Right here.
What are they calling it?
You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today. Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here,
The Shiv
nice little recreation area. There's some
is the
sim kits
hodgepodge
over
ship
there
that
for
the
people
Gray's
who
making.
test that kind of stuff. We got
They better make it like a contract-driven, earnable ship.
Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this.
Monetizing? Yeah, that makes more sense.
Can you see me? Hi, Mom. All right. So yeah, and
$150 for it's reasonable, but
all right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies.
they just
coffees,
better
stuff
make
like that.
the Shiv
Hey, who
earnable.
remembers the big coffee controversy
upon
in
release.
2016, where everybody took their Reddit.
Give us a
comment
contract
question,
line
"Do
that we
devs
could do
deserve
with
coffee?"
Grays.
I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm gonna come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah.
No one gives a shit, dude. No one cares
Do
about
devs
this. Why are...
deserve frozen deliciousness?
No. Let's move on.
I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go over here. Competition. Oh, competition winners. We have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and
take a nap
and
until-
we gave them a
until we
Cougar
get to
L21
the
Wolf.
important stuff.
We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look. Oh. All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me
I
pizza.
hate when they do
All
this
right, so we
filler
got-
stuff, dude.
Oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see, there's like 3 different kinds of pizza here.
Look how spoiled we are and how we waste our money.
Into like a challenger situation here.
Being rather cynical, but yeah, this sort of stuff annoys me. I don't give a shit about this.
That's a CitizenCon throwback if you're not familiar with. So I have now crafted my own pizza experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment. Gemma, can we, Gemma, are you there?
Yes, Darius.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this up here?
FPS crafting, dude. Let's go. Finally, something of value for us to watch.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience, where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource
I had a
gathering,
feeling Nix was going to be a
and
segue
even
into
combat
crafting.
when it comes
I'm so
online
happy.
in the next few months.
The first version of crafting is going to be quite small in
Is that
scale.
gonna be in our
We'll use it
hangar?
as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the
fuck was that
initial
3D
UI,
printer?
the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor.
Understandable.
For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships.
Love that the
we have
animation did
gear,
not
we
work.
have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental
They're
change
trying to say we'll be
how
able
we
to
handle
craft an Idris?
resources in
'Cause
the
that's gonna
game.
be insane.
Materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Mining is going to be
Crafting the
such a
weapons,
massive
You'll be able to have some quality materials
factor
to
in this,
influence
clearly.
the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material.
So it's
Some
going to be
will have
FPS,
higher chance
ship
of higher quality.
weapons.
And once you
Really,
take
will
those
be nice.
materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the
Where's this
different
crafting
attributes
bench
will
gonna be?
increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources
We
that you're
have always
collecting,
needed major
you can see
changes
what
to
you have,
inventory,
you
dude.
can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
They've been hinting
We
at
won't
this
have
new
the
inventory
new
UI for so
refining
long.
crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items.
So yeah, it
Once you
seems
have
like
your
it will be a
blueprint and your
thing we
quality
can have
materials
inside
that
our
you've
hangar.
refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will
This
be
UI is
pretty much what we
definitely
showed in
temporary.
last year's CitCon with
Looks
the
so bad.
UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft and it'll get queued up and your
Ooh,
result
look at
will
the
be
pretty
produced
colors.
sometime later. You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator
Okay.
and use it in your personal hangar, or
That's
try to
dope.
beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
Having it on a ship would be massive, dude. Can you imagine it being like an
Small amount
arms
of
dealer
blueprints you
during
get
events?
credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
And I
The
feel like
advantage
this will
of
be the
crafting your
stepping
own
stone
items is that they'll be
into
better than anything that
rearm
you
and
can buy
repair
from
and
shops.
ships.
You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe your gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire.
That'll be good.
You might be wondering,
Some actual
what about the
versatility
upgrade and
with our
research?
FPS
That will
stuff.
be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know,
Sports, you realize that UI is very bare bones and not the final product, right?
Amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So
That was
I'm very
definitely
excited to
not the
get it
final
out
product
in
of what the UI
It's our
is.
intention
The
to get
fuck?
crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
Clearly not ready. There's no way it gets released like that.
So that's one way you'll be
They're very
crafting
much
your
making it
own
obvious we'll be able to make it the weapons and everything in various colors, whatever we like.
Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it?
Next
and how
year
will it
is
work?
going to be instancing.
So if you've played any content in
That's
2025
definitely
in Star
been
Citizen,
delayed.
you know that most of these
A lot.
areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers
If these
can
ships will be
create
flyable
tailored
in
content
4.3.2
that's tuned to a
or
specific group
4.4, I
size,
don't
but it is also
know.
protected from outside interference.
It says
It's not to
flight
say that
ready
we don't
on the
love
page,
PvP.
so
I'm a
I think it might
PvP
be
guy.
available now.
PvP me, bro.
I'll find out
But like
right
most
now.
MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a
I'll
tunable
melt
amount of groups,
ships
so the difficulty
and
matches the group
see if I
size.
can get them in
There's a
game.
beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's
I'll get
curated
all of
for
them.
one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other, it's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire
I think
mesh.
this is
The closed
good.
ones will
I'm
be
not a
really
fan
to
of
drive one piece
closed.
of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently.
But it's going to make
Go
the
and
people
find
who are like,
out
we
what
need
one of our first
PvE
instances
servers a lot happier. Stinger Vandals, a heavy
Siege of
fighter, they
Arisen
said.
was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Arisen. This was a
Yes,
high-paced,
dude.
high-intensity event,
I
but it
missed
struggled
this
a little
event.
bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms
Yeah, we
in
don't
Orson.
remember what this shit
And
was.
you are there to
but
kill these sort of lieutenants
excited
of
for
this
them to bring
terrorist
this back.
organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Arisen is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire.
More of an
Some
MMO
you might
field,
sit in the
yes,
back and be
please,
the
thank
sniper
you.
and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance
I'm still going to
easier.
prefer open
Some of you will be
instances.
the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people.
Holy
when
shit.
we released it, We fixed the problem with
I love Siege of Wars.
two
Me too. It
DGSs
was
on
one of my
one server
favorite,
that was
even though
fighting
it
for
was so
resources.
fucky.
And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
Not to mention,
It was,
Orison was like brand new when they first debuted it,
operation
and
at the
Orison
time.
struggled performance-wise in and of itself.
Bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other two systems of Stanton and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the
So they're going to bring back
life in
Siege
those two
for
systems as well.
this release of Nyx as well. That'll be nice.
Yes, and while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means
Which will
for
be
progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
The what? I don't even know what the fuck you just said.
So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other.
Okay, so it's like a dungeon built
pure
into a
basis
landing
of
zone.
Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural plays, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally.
That's basically going to be the
player
Levski
is
version
tasked
of
with their
Siege, it
group,
feels
most
like.
likely, to go into there, take out the
The
outlaws, and get
dungeon
the
dive.
facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit
Lovely.
more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a
We
free
love
layered
shitty
system where there's
content,
3
don't we?
chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles.
I like that they're bringing more like landing
Narratively,
zone
it's a real
oriented
sandbox.
contracts, so
Every
that's
progression you
good.
do
No, we
will
don't
unlock
have
a new
to
area
like have
that
a
will
ship
link
to be
back
able to go do
previous
anything.
areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states depending on how much you've progressed and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well that's cool. Let's see how that fleshes out once we actually get Nyx.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see, we've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, no. Oh, time to suit up. Let's go get him, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie.
I don't.
Let's see.
Can we move on?
Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First Citizen Con after playing for almost a decade in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight out of Klesher, back to the Hex. Photos from Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party. Oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there. Sean Tracy, can we get that in game? Just that, exactly. Just scan that, put that in game. All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now. Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about big CitizenCon versus digital CitizenCon versus what we're doing today, which is CitizenCon Direct. Every year, CitizenCon is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams.
Best part about always lagging behind is I can skip sections I don't care about. It's true. The fluff pieces of the fucking social media nonsense.
Some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh, yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together.
How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one.
Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good. A bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-samp's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancos? Right. I like the live ones. Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's not a problem.
I mean, I get
with
why
the
they're doing
lights.
this, but I could not care less.
Through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak.
So I melted
Do I do that a
everything,
lot?
and I got the Stinger, Shiv, and Paladin. So if they are actually flyable, right
We
now.
can react.
I don't think they are. We'll see. But it says flight ready. We'll see what happens.
I can feel your passion from here.
I'll have them on standby when they are available. If they're not.
Counting you down in like 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I could do different.
Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
All
with
right,
one.
Let's get started.
I should not have made that public.
So
Voice
for those
Master
of you watching
is
at home or at the watch
brutal.
parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISC, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can't speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating.
Oh, it is
in
then.
these
We're
things
almost at the
each
2 hour
and
mark.
every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment, and when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say... that's not a word I can say on the camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
I'm excited. We got a lot of cool shit coming in. We got Nick's crafting has been showcased. We've got 3 new ships.
Last
Genesis.
year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse,
So,
and that'll never change.
The bigger
How
question,
important is it that we
1.0
also
win.
build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together, But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team.
Yep, you've done great this year.
To have regular
What's different with the roadmap?
One good example is this year.
How is it going to be pushed forward?
People probably don't know, but a line of mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering and crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on.
I feel like the main priority for them should be engineering and crafting, for sure.
If I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features, but I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever.
Hands down, yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here?
Please add more voice lines. I'm tired of hearing the same 3 voice lines anytime I go do a contract.
Seem alive and real and breathing.
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you. Right. You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon.
I feel like Grays would be a good opportunity for that next.
And just
to start implementing
we'll be bringing
that.
all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
I would hope so. I feel like that goes
When
without
mission givers were
saying.
first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own
And
individual
wait for them
area
to
of the
add a
verse,
big
have
planet.
that conversation,
That is absolutely
and
a
then
fishy
go and
statement.
continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world.
Oh, bug planet
That's
makes
just
more
like
sense.
the
I don't
missions you
know
love
that we would
today.
really
You
get
can go
anything
and play.
like
There's
that,
other
though.
players there, and you
Not
can go and
anytime
enjoy
soon.
that
That's
together.
That's for sure.
Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which
And I feel
will
like that's
be
fairly
like
evident
the
with
player
like Siege of
experience.
Wars and how they're going to approach
by
that.
yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk.
So does that mean they're going to make landing zones instanced, like cities and stuff?
Enjoy the content, and that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said,
I think a
this is one
blend
of
is
the pillars
good,
that will move
and it's
towards
going to
1.0.
appease the masses,
We will
especially for
eventually
those
work on dynamic content that will
PvE
move
sweats.
towards 1.0, and all 3 of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy.
This is all stuff we know.
Universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions.
Mining missions?
We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose. And I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen. And I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
It's gonna be... Have you mentioned ground vehicles? Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff that's coming, but we'll see how long it actually takes for it to actually be implemented.
For over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see
is this that fleet
It's early in the
mission that they were
process,
hinting at
and it's
earlier?
going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
So is this going to be a PU thing or a Arena Commander thing?
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing.
Okay, so this will be in PU.
Sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
It really does sound like every other event, doesn't it?
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find three big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is what you want.
I mean, it feels like at a broader scale, but it definitely feels like stuff we've had before.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
That is brutal.
Your Polaris and your Idris.
That looks sick. I love the animation for that.
Shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything. Your lasers won't do anything. Your ballistics won't do anything to them.
So you gotta
As long
go
as
inside
you
and
have
do
a
something.
weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
Oh, or just destroy something on the outside.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors
That works
closed
too.
so you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive
Sounds like the
or
Death
ballistic
Star scene,
ordnance will be needed.
honestly.
That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Just in time to use the new gunship.
Once the power
I mean,
relays
yeah,
have been
they'll
taken
be.
down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
I mean, I guess, yeah. You could. It seems like you would need to use a wide variety of ships.
You, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it's straight up like the Death Star scene.
Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly what it is. This is the part that I'm going to be more keen on doing. I love any sort of like
So as you
low
enter the
flying.
structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll leave out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
Nice.
Objects to avoid, you're going to have to be able to dodge, you're going to have to move quickly, you need an agile ship.
Why do you need to move quickly though?
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is making lots
Oh,
of distortion.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage.
Ooh, shit.
Once
That's
the
gonna
power
be
core
dope.
goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of
Nyx
ammo,
is
munitions,
honestly
and
going to be
ballistics,
peak
and
Star
you're gonna
Citizen,
wanna top
dude.
up.
This is where we're gonna get our new feature in: ship hangar refueling and rearming.
Hey,
You're gonna
nice.
be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have
Nice.
other ships land inside them.
Actual purpose
Of course,
to
it'll be more
all
than just
these
those
ships'
And
functions.
you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris.
Where did they get the fuel and ammo? They said previously that you would have to have that stuff on the ship itself.
So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station?
Yeah, you need to store it
Well,
on the
that's where
ship, and it
drop
pulls
ships
from your ship's cargo to be able to
Now you've
refuel,
got to
restock,
take
and,
a fire team in.
repair.
You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you
Which
to
makes me
release
wonder if they're going to
captives
require
from the
crafting
station.
to be implemented before they introduce this event.
After you've opened the doors and that person's taking off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Vanduul neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
That quantum animation of them coming in looked pretty sick.
Station, they're out for blood. When you alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming, they're gonna come hard, they're gonna keep coming, you're gonna have one hell of a fight.
Yeah, three-way fight. Nyx is pretty much a, when it releases next month, we're going in basically in the middle of a war between two factions. And as they progress the Vandal system, it'll become more evident. That is a dope, yeah. Yeah, Nyx is next
Tactical
month.
strike
Yeah.
groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS content.
Please tell me I have to fight that before I... That'd be so
Driving
sick.
a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to
Good.
all roles.
This is
that we
much
should-
better than what we've had before.
But we should see
Like, this is
this as
like
a landmark. A
what it's
position
all
where we
built
can
up to, I
see
feel like.
A gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles.
Which means people won't be able to do this shit solo.
Use this to expand on. So I
Good.
hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're going to be fantastic.
It's gonna be interesting to see how they implement that in the already existing systems too. Like eventually having these tactical strike contracts. And the narrative behind that. Like the narrative for that one is pretty obvious.
Okay.
And the easiest and best way to implement it.
Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. You know, it's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships, and as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. And our first refueling missions coming
Play
online in
something wrong?
2026.
Nice.
But combat missions.
Appreciate you popping in.
Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you for taking the time to share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026.
I'm
I've seen
hyped,
the
dude.
Twitch
2026
chat and
is gonna be
YouTube chat,
great.
Like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't.
Well,
So,
you better not
before we
spoil
let you
shit
go,
with your trailers this
that's
time.
it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And
Like
as
they've
with
been
every
doing with the Onyx
CitizenCon,
facilities the
last
past
word
few
shouldn't
months.
be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I, and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build the game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
That's it. Are we actually done? I'm hyped, dude. Next year's gonna be so sick. Let's go. Gonna let it linger in case they decide to do something. Or are they just gonna cut it? I'm sure they've showed everything. I don't think they're gonna do some like post-credit thing. I think that's it. Alright. Okay. Cool. Well, now I need to go make food, but before I do that, I'm gonna reload this. Just so I can double check and make sure. I want to see if those new ships are actually usable in game yet, because it says flight ready, but I don't know if they're actually in. So we're gonna find out here momentarily. And hopefully, I mean, yeah, hopefully they are. If not, I'll have them ready and on standby for when they are released. Well, let me get the Moisit going. Okay, let's get in there and see if those ships are available. The queue, dude. Of course there's a queue. If the ships are available, sick. If not, then, you know, either way, we're gonna move on to trying to do Lazarus solo. Not at all surprised that there's a queue. Everybody's riding that hype. It's gonna be a very, very bloated. All the servers are gonna be very bloated. Anytime now. I'm excited to try those new ships. Let's get down there. I gotta move my way back to, oh shit, I'm at a 10% hydration right now. I think my spawn is at, here, let me just backspace. I think my spawn's over at Starlight. Is it gonna, bro, if it spawns me at Ruin, it's gonna be mildly annoying. I really don't want to be over at Ruin right now. I was not paying attention when they said when the ships would be available. So, hoping it's there. But I will not be surprised if they're not. It might just be something that rolls out with the next patch, which will probably be coming early to mid next week. One way to find out, though. Get the paladin for you to check out. No, you don't. What did I, bro? No, I melted everything. I have them. But you died. Oh, I'll do it for you. No, you don't need to. Yeah, they're not in. Yeah, so that's something for next patch. Damn. I was kind of hoping I could try it out. My inventory is a little smaller though, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. RIP? Okay. Well, yeah, I'm over at Ruin, aren't I? That's obnoxious. My spawn is at, like, did I set it? No, wait, no, I did set it over here at Ruin. Fuck. I did fuck myself over. Oh yeah, well. I don't really want to... What ship could I take? That'll just get me over there. Why do I have a Redeemer? Is that the loaner for the paladin? Oh fuck it, let's just pull it up. Use that to get over to Starlight. We'll move on to trying to run this shit solo. I've actually never flown the Redeemer. Ever. Well, hopefully here in the next... Oh, I didn't think about it. Would the... Nah, the new ships probably wouldn't be usable in the PTU. I guess I could check and see if there is an update for the PTU. Are the new ships only in PTU? I'm guessing. Are they in PTU right now? I think they're in PTU from what I saw on Reddit. Oh, might have to update PTU then. Yeah, there's an update. I will have to go try them. Check them out. While the update installs, I'll run over to get my PU character over to Starlight. The Redeemer is a very strange ship. What the fuck? It's a bit of a jump back to Starlight anyway. So we'll check out the new ships once I get set up over there, and I'm gonna go get some food because I'm pretty hungry. So I'll be right back. Getting off work now. Gonna get on the PTU as well. Test new ships. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go to Starlight, and then I'll hop onto the PTU and try out the new ships because I grabbed all 3. Anyway, I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back. Damn. Still a ways to go. I got like 10 minutes. And then my food will be done. Oh man, I'm excited for next month. Next is gonna be so sick. I just saw that in the Redeemer used to feel like a bus, now it feels like a boat. And once I'm landed at Starlight, we'll hop over to the PTO. Fly around in the new ships, get a feel for them. Not gonna really do anything in the PTU, but I want to check out the new ships at least. Let me land, please. There we go. I definitely pressed the landing gear button. The fuck? What is happening? It just crashed. Are you fucking kidding me? It just crashed. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Fucking Star Citizen, dude. Wow. I gotta make sure my character's copied over again to PTU, I think. I don't think I've done that. So I guess I'm just gonna go straight into PTU. It's so funny. It really took a shit. Okay, account is copied. Boot up the PTU now. Of course. Gross. I forget about this QR code thing. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. Pyro. Well, yeah, Pyro. Mortuary. Clay. Get in there. Oh, of course there's a queue for the... Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna go get my food. There's a queue for the PTU, dude. That's insane. Everyone's trying to check out those new ships. That's a wild. I'll be right back while I go get some food. Hopefully the queue will be done with by the time I get back. That's crazy. Oh yeah. Okay. And I don't see it. I have to erase and recopy it? I have to... That's weird. I'll try erasing or recopying my stuff. That's a little strange. No, it's not showing up. I'll even log out of the launcher and log back in. Hopefully that works. I'm about to be eating these buffalo wings with chopsticks, don't judge me. They're not even wings, they're more like buffalo nuggets. Not trying to make a mess. I just erased it and copied it back in. Wouldn't I have to remake my character? That's odd. This is everybody's favorite part of the game, right? Kind of crazy to me we have queues now. Never used to be that way. I'll have to ask people in Global and confirm whether or not those ships are usable in the PTU. So I'm going to do a quick test with those, and then move on to Lazarus on the live servers. Very belated. The fuck? So they are in ships. Yeah, it's global. So they are in, but mine aren't popping up. That's lovely. Okay. Fucking know what to do at that point. Why are they not showing? Let me try relaunching it because I did just get the email saying it was successfully copied, so maybe it was just delayed. Yep, okay, there we go. There it is. Now, it should be in there. I just gotta log in again. Hopefully it actually worked this time. There we go. Okay. Let me get rid of the QR code. It's in graphics. I always forget where there it is. Where the setting for that is. Oh my god, the queue's worse now. Fuck. Okay, we'll get in there eventually. And get a drink. Halfway there. Woo. Got myself a little wee snack as well. Hopefully this is the final, well, second to last time I go into a queue today. Almost there. New splash screen. I didn't even notice that. Halfway through her term, the Imperator makes the case of her vision for the future. In anticipation of Citizens Day, Imperator Addison shared a vid? Not a video, but a vid. Is this a Reddit post? Aimed at stirring civic pride and championing her agenda. It reflected her previous accomplishments. Propaganda, love it. Day of Vara debate. No one cares. Be on the lookout for Boyd. Who's Boyd? We'll never know, because I didn't read that part. Just the ship. Okay. They're here! We have the ships, finally. It fucking worked. Okay, the one I actually care about. We can do that first. The Shiv. And we'll look at the Paladin, of course, but after I play around in the Shiv. I'm excited. I'm not even gonna get kitted up, I'm just gonna... Well, actually, I'm curious what I even have gear-wise. Well, yeah, no, I'm just gonna wear this. I'm so hyped, dude. This is gonna become my new favorite. It looks so good. I love how tiny it is. I mean, it's cutlass size, but I love the hodgepodge feel. Oh, it's so good. Side doors are gone. Can't wait to see how it feels when it flies. It's interesting it has like the Asgard or Valkyrie thrusters on the back instead. gonna make a VTOL a little interesting, I think. I love the way the paint looks, too. Looks so good. This is the ship design I fucking love, dude. Alright, let's get in there, check it out. The lever is even different, dude. What? Dude. Oh, I love it. It's not a button, it's just straight up a lever. Oh, okay. Even the interior feels slapped together, doesn't it? Pretty much no cargo space in this thing. The interior walls are a lot thicker. You might be able to fit a rock in here, maybe. That's not what the ship's for. And the beds we all know and love are still there. The turret seat has been replaced with a toilet. Or a bucket, rather. Still have a co-pilot seat. So it can still be a two-man. I love that the Drake scuff is even more scuffed in this ship. It's a Joker when booting up. Dude. I like the green. It's a lot more, I don't know, it feels a lot better in this styling than the Anvil ships. Okay, let's go fly it around. There's no VTOL, so you don't have that upward thrust like you would in the Cuddy. It feels so much more boxy compared to the Cutlass as well. This is definitely like if Drake and Anvil had a baby. Rudder, breakneck. All. Why do I feel like the all isn't all? I'm not even familiar with those guns. Were those specific to... Oh my god, the lighting here is so ass. I need to go to the other side. We can get some proper lighting. It says it's all set to all. But it's not firing sexy guns. Not so hot on the Shiv looks. But dude, like, I love this Shiv, dude. I think it's sick. It feels so... I don't know. I love scuffed looking ships, so I'm all over it. So it's ballistic. So you get 2 ballistics and 4... But it's not... When I have it set to all, it's not actually shooting the ballistics. Oh, it takes a minute to spool up. Okay, I see. Quite a while. It seems like it has very it has like, you know, niche guns, clearly. So those aren't ones that you could just buy. Need to see it with a paint. Would be interesting if you could throw like a Cuddy Black paint onto it or something. I'm gonna pull the specs up on Urkel. See if it's even there yet. I want to see what the damage rating is for these guns. I got the other 2 ships. I got all 3. But the Stinger is not available to use in PTU yet. I'm going to pull this up onto the screen so you guys can see. I'm going to take a look at the stats of all the ships while I sit here. So we can look at numbers. 62Q on PTU. People want those ships. Yeah, dude. Dude, it was 130 when I went to go log in. It was insane. Supposedly, Stinger will be available for us to test out next week. Here, Shiv. It's here somewhere. There we go. Shiv. It's considered a heavy fighter. I mean, I suppose that's valid. Interesting. A breakneck size 4. That's the ballistic gats. How does it compare to others? It's like Mantis is 507. Holy shit, Tiger Strike is 667 or 676. So it's comparable to Tiger Strikes. Where's the breakneck, though? Wait, hold on. I'm specifically... Oh, damn. The 8048s is... That's insane damage. But comparable T21s. Never mind. Oh, breakneck's right there. It's got 1800 HP, whereas the... Does it not show me that? Okay. 1200 fire rate. Max is 1600 ammo. $1,100 fire rate. But you have a shit ton more ammo with the breaknecks. Breaknecks are insane. Holy shit, dude. These are gonna be brutal. And tormentors? Those are laser repeaters, obviously. They're turret bound, so if you have a co-pilot, they can operate that. What are we looking at? Let's see here. Tormentor. 494 with a... I don't know what the age, 1200 HP. Sustained DPS is 263 compared to attritions. It's got better HP than an attrition. Wow. Okay, attrition has a lot better sustained DPS apparently. Insanely more. This thing's gonna be brutal, dude. I was checking and Paladin has a lot more health than an Asgard. Thinking about swapping your Asgard for it. Yeah, if you want something more combat oriented, I would do it. That reminds me. Yeah, how many missiles do we get? 8, 12, 16. Size 2 shield. Not too shabby. Okay. So, let's look at the Paladin now, which I'll be pulling out. No, actually, I could just save. Let's look at the Stinger stats. I want to see what it says for the Stinger, since we can't touch that right now, and then I'll pull up the stats for the Paladin when I actually go to fly it. Seven guns? Dude, when they were what? Oh my god, when they were showing it in the videos, I could only, like, there was multiple guns. I didn't realize it was 7. Dude, the fucking Stinger is gonna be brutal. Holy shit. Oh. 4 size 4s, a size 5, and 2 size 2s. With 16 missiles, 2 size 2 shields. This thing's gonna be brutal, dude. Holy shit. Why do I not have access to my fucking Stinger? I want it. I need it. That's insane. I cannot wait to fly this ship. Oh my god, dude. That is... What's the, I'm gonna look at the rest of the stats for the... I'm gonna pull up the F8 and the Guardian and compare them to the Stinger, because obviously those are gonna be the ones that are, like, par for the course for that caliber. F8C... Let's do Guardian MX. And get the more brutal one. Space AK has no recoil. It should? What do you mean no recoil? When they were showing it in the video, it was like pew, and then it would buck back with the ballistic. Same with the LMG. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. Not with what they showed. Stinger. Compare. Okay. Stinger is a size 3 heavy fighter, whereas the other two are size 2 heavy fighters. I mean, let me try weapons. Yeah, I'd be down for that. After I play around with the ships, of course. There's only 1 shard for PTU. Well, I'm in Pyro, so hopefully you are too. Let's see here. Wow, okay, the Stinger is very fragile. 36 HP. 36k, as opposed to Guardian having 89 and the F8 having 40. It's slower than the other 2 heavy fighters, but it is bigger. Has a lot more guns on it, like bigger guns. SCM boost backwards is better. About... I mean, it's slightly smaller than the F8, or slower than the F8 and the Guardian, but not too much. It does not handle as well as the other heavy fighters. This is all expected. Whoops. Has about the same quantum fuel capacity as an F8. Bubble shields. Gotta stop doing that. Physical damage modifier is the same. There's no modifier for energy, or distortion, or EM signal, or IR signal. The expedition fee is 20k. I mean, it's 19k, but I'm rounding it up. Claim time's 25 minutes. Oh my god. But expedited time is 6 minutes. That's not so bad. The Stinger is going to be brutal, dude. That's insane. Anyway. Let's give this ship a whirl. Wouldn't put it past them to nerf stuff before it comes in. I don't think it feels pretty well balanced, honestly. That was all the priority. Oh, this is all the new event stuff coming in. Not gonna do that. It doesn't carry over the rep. Ugh. Oh, that's annoying. I wish it brought over the rep. That way I could actually try difficult missions. 6 minutes is kind of a lot for a fighter. I mean, not really for a heavy fighter, to be fair. It's all reskin of previous missions. That's what I figured, but, you know. Oh, Amelia Boyd. That was the person we saw on the splash screen. A lot of recon missions. That's tackling a... I don't want to go straight for a fucking Polaris. Siege missions. I mean, I guess I could do bounties. I don't want to do that. I mean, deep space... deep space hit the one that... No. Yeah, I know what the... yeah, I know what the 2 mil one is. That's why I said I don't want to just go straight for the fucking Polaris one, because I am but one man. If take. You don't even have to fight, can let others get the points. Okay. Fuck it. Let's really put it through its paces.
Soldier, heard you're running this down for us. Appreciate it.
Has a decent amount of quantum fuel right out the gate. I just want to see how this thing holds up in a fight. Such a dope looking ship. I love it. Not everybody's cup of tea, but I love it. The burners on the front, dude. That's so dope. This is for sure gonna end up being like my main ship. This is such a... I love it. The front exhausts are sick, right? It's so dope. I don't care what anyone says. I get it's not everybody's... Hey. That was nasty, dude. The quantuming in sound? Holy shit. That was fucking sick. I think Gray's Market is going to become my favorite manufacturer at this point. Such a fast feeling ship too. I really don't want to get close to the Polaris. This would be a great bit. Dude, the ship sounds this thing makes. Oh, I can't wait for their hauler. Dude, the hauler that the sounds this thing makes. I'm loving this. Favorite ship. Instant favorite ship. It handles so wonderfully, dude. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I need to get away from everybody. Dude, this thing handles great. The ship sounds are so good too. I'm getting fucked up. There's too many ships. Well, at least I killed something in the process. Ah. Dude, it handles so good. I love the ship sounds. Why is the ironclad in your... No, it's not. Ain't no way the ironclad's in your ace up. Yeah, say what, hon? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you mean? Pixar, it didn't happen. Fucking troll over here. I'm already obsessed with this Gray's ship, dude. It is... Oh. I can't wait to see what other ships they produce with the Grays. It's so good. I had to throw some shade in Global real quick. Someone was like, this person's streaming right now. And I just said, didn't ask. That no one cares. I don't know, I'm gonna be obsessed with using the the Shiv. It's gonna, I don't know, man. It's gonna be a while before I touch the Paladin. I am adoring this ship. Everything about it. The looks, the sound, the firepower. Can't really handle tackling a shit ton of ships and a players at the same time, but... Where did I set my spawn? I'm in Obituary. Oh my god. 18 minutes? Oh. I guess I could look at the Paladin for now. Okay. About what you would expect. I don't care about anvil ships, to be honest. But this one's pretty dope. About the same as an Asgard or a Corsair. Yeah, I know, I'm just impatient. That's all it is. A good looking ship. Get inside it. How do I open it? There's an airlock over here? The fuck? Oh, you can go... Oh, that has a side entrance. Okay. Where is main entrance? Why is it only showing me the airlock? Unless that's how I get in. There's no way that's the only way in, right? Okay, I stand corrected. That is the way in. Love the entryway. The shape's dope. Animation for the stairs is sick. Okay. A weapon rack. Looks like size 2s, 3s, and 1s. Our shitty cargo. Looks like we get a whopping 4 SCU. And the lower deck of the cabin, I believe, is up here. Yeah, there's two seats here. Only having 4 pilot guns because size 4 instead of 6. Size 3s, it has more damage. I mean, they were saying, like, when they revealed the ship, that, it would be viable as a solo ship. Oh, okay. Habs. With a little desk. 2 bunks and a bench. Storage lockers in the Habs. Is it the same deal on the other side? It is a 4-man ship, isn't it? Yeah. Mirrored over here. I don't know, I kind of like the Paladin. A lot more than I thought I would. What's the rear? Oh, that's the front. No one saw that. And back here. Engineering, it looks like. Oh, what's this go to? Oh, components. Okay. Okay, if those 2 doors back there are Habs, what are you? The bathroom, naturally. The always warm toilet seat that they spoke of. Oh, there's a ladder going up here too. It's dark. Yeah. But I think it's supposed to have that, like... how do you put it? Like... gunboat combat oriented kind of vibe on the inside. Like, you know, like a submarine. It's not like super well lit in there because all your focus is going to be outside. Obviously they have it dark in there for different reasons, but that's the kind of vibe I get from it. It's a very wet looking green paint. Not bad. That firepower on there. So wait, are the side? I want to see what and all can be controlled by crew members. Because I know the top turret can be moved around by the co-pilot as far as what they were saying. Okay. Oh ho ho. Oh. How? Strafe up? Is it okay? How do you, oh, weird. weird seeing the guns move separately too. Oh, that's because the gimbal was on. Interesting. So how do you switch it? S key puts it over onto the other side. Nice. Is it W or S go back? Nope, S. S switches the... Well, fuck either. S switches the placement of the guns. That's pretty dope. Gives you all-around coverage for sure. Okay. So that's... I don't know, I'm really digging the Paladin, man. Like, for a crewed ship, this is gonna be sick. Okay, so, yeah, this one is a remote turret. I'm assuming each seat is for the sides. Deploy. Enter. Yeah, the side wing. What did I just deploy? Retract. What? What? That's dope. What purpose does that serve? Absolutely nothing. But it's dope. I love that. That's like in the cutter where you have that little side window, the door thing. You're like, oh, what good is this for? Nothing. But it's cool. I love that. Carrick has that too? Well, I've never been in a Carrick, to be honest. Well, I've been in a Carrick. I've never, like, flown or owned one. Okay, so the lower seats control the side turrets. And then you got pilot and top turret. So that when fully crewed, pilot is... What? You want up here? Oh, come on, Sass. So when fully crewed, I imagine pilots only got missiles. Didn't say that... Didn't they say extra armor? Oh yeah, it has more armor than the Asgard and the Valkyrie, but I don't think that would actually do anything in the current state. I mean, maybe later. Maybe we'll actually have weak points on a ship, but... And then we have 10 missiles in the Paladin. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be real hard for me to, like, melt these. This and the Shiv. This ship is dope. Oh, okay. I'm definitely gonna have to use it in combat, but I wanna get more of a feel of what the Shiv is like. But the Paladin looks sick. That actually might be a regular ship I use. Doesn't have the best storage, but it'd be good for, like, running Lazarus and even Hathor. With a group, of course. That ship is sick. I think the Anvil ships are growing on me a little bit. Hands down right now, though, my like, Braze has blown any other manufacturer out of the water as far as my favorites go. That Shiv is dope. I can't wait to see what else they produce. My fleet is so sad now. I have a wolf, a Shiv, and a paladin. That's how the Carrix works, with its blast shield, but no purpose yet. Oh, yeah, it's likely the same situation for that. I wonder if that's gonna be... I should have checked. I'll be pulling out the paladin again here in a bit. But I imagine there's a blast shield for the top deck too. There's obvious drawbacks to having a blast shield down where the pilot is, though. Okay. I'm gonna see if anyone's keen on doing the good shade blinds. Yeah, that's pretty much all they are right now, aren't they? I don't think anyone's keen. It's a shame. Ooh. A whole lot of options for power, it seems. I'll keep it prominently on weapons. Okay. Apparently, I don't know if I trust people, but apparently some people have the stinger accessible to them right now. So it feels so good to fly. So fucking good. The sounds are like my favorite part, honestly. I don't know if I should do the Polaris mission. I should probably bring it down a notch and just... Yeah. I lied. I'll do it. Fuck it. So glad it gives me an obstructed on point to go to. That's useful. Damn. Black out really easy in this. It's a good interior. You can fit some boxes in there. Yeah. Yeah, this ship might actually end up being my daily driver. Genuinely. Like, it's such a, it's a good solo ship. I will never get over those sounds, dude. That sounds so good. It's so good. Love it. I do wish that... No, it's the same. I do wish the animation was a little different. But the sound is... like, top tier as far as what they have out. And it handles great. I don't know, it might be a while before I go do the Lazarus solo, because I'm going to be so distracted by these ships. It's one reason yeah, same. That's why I like the alien ships too. The Banu Quantum animation is the best. Hands down the best. The Talon one's cool, but I definitely like the Banu animation the most. The sounds this thing makes, though. Let's see if I can take out some of these ships without getting obliterated by everything all at once. That'd be great. I don't see the Polaris, so that's a great start. I love the I don't want to say bespoke, but the what would you say they are? The unique weapons that the Shiv comes with. Even with the combo of ballistic and laser, it's so good. Melting those shields, dude. NPCs don't respect the 1v1. Oh my god. What the hell is lighting me up so much? Cuddy. I just want my shields back, man. There we go. We're fine. This ship is definitely when in doubt, boost it the fuck out kind of ship. My keybinds are fucked up, so I can't power management as well as I could on live. Friendly my ass. Oh, I don't know how I'm alive right now. Holy shit. On stock, I'd upgrade to Quantum Drive and Shields on live. Well, yeah, for sure. But, you know, when you test a new ship, you gotta run it stock to get a proper feel, you know? Okay. Where are the live ships? Oh, God. I'm kind of thinking that prominently put things over there. Since this thing's got ballistics, I don't think I need to worry about it having too much power into the guns, you know? What the fuck? No! Something's already hitting me? I thought you were dead, bro. What the fuck? Where did you go? Okay. Now it's dead. I gotta figure out where... There we go. These ships don't feel nearly as brain dead as they do in the live servers. That's for sure. This ship is gonna kill me for sure. Oh, there it is. It's a squishy ship. But if you can power manage, it wouldn't be so bad. I think the main thing is me needing to throw more power into the engines. I want to look at the stats for it. I want to see how it compares to like a Cuddy Black, even though it's classified as a heavy fighter. But I will pull up. Let's pull up the F7 as well to compare. 7 F8C. Where is it? There we go, Cutlass. And the Shiv. Did I turn coolers off? No. I don't have fucking power management keybinds at P2, dude. I'm just bare boning it. It definitely has the damage. The thing hits hard. The Shiv has 32 SU cargo? That's actually surprising. What? What do you mean it has 32 SU cargo? Fuck, make the Shiv a starter, dude, at that point. It's like a step up from a starter. Might make it my starter. $34K HP. Dude, it has almost the same HP as the Stinger. Handles better than Cuddy Black. That's crazy. Love that. I love the ship. It's so good. Yeah, like the black has 48, whereas the Shiv has 36. With how the interior looks, I would have expected there to be, you know, less. I was expecting like 20, maybe 12. I don't know. That Shiv might be become a daily driver, dude. I just hope it doesn't get balanced. I think it's balanced as is. Or are you talking the Paladin specifically? Let's see how the Paladin fares as a solo. I'm hyped, dude. The ship lineup is so good. The Shiv, the Stinger, the Paladin. I love it. All these ships are so sick. I like the Paladin a lot more than I thought I would. Honestly, don't need a massive fleet. I don't think I've ever advocated for having a massive fleet. You just need a solid ship that you like to that you're able to do everything in. Like my go-to for everything is the Corsair. And even with these ships being added in, that's still going to be the case. But like, this will be more when I decide to do group stuff with this ship. And then the Stinger, that's the ship I'm gonna get to go to be a menace in. For sure. 30 minutes behind is per usual. My goodness. You're the one that has that happen the most, Sporks, damn. Full expect turret going to size 4 in the future? What is it, size 3 right now? What size is it? Pull it up. Blame Alaska internet? Nah, YouTube does a thing where like it just puts you in where you left off. That's size 5? Oh yeah, you're right, it does. That's insane. No. No. It should stay size 5. It should not be size 4. I think size 5 makes sense. Because it's a gunboat. The handling's a little worse than some other ships. The HP is only 63k. A size 3 shield on top of damn. Yeah, no, I think size 4s would be dumb for them to do. Redeemer was a gunboat? I mean, that's fine. But that doesn't mean they need to nerf this one in any way. We'll see, man. We'll see, I don't know. I don't see it happening. Find a different contract to do this in, or maybe I just do that one again. Or not. I wish they had like a better means of me. Well, you know what? Actually, see if I can pull it up in the in Arena Commander. So I want to see how well it fares against massive waves of enemies. Hold on, someone just called me. Okay. Goofy ass skid for the Halloween shit. Let's see here. Squadron battle now. Vandal Swarm. Or do I do pirate? Yeah, let's do the Vandal one. And dude, I could use the I mean, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, try. No. Shiv, please. Thank you. We're still gonna wait to use the Paladin, because I want to try out the Shiv in the Swarm. Why are you searching for a match? Just to go into something. Or I'll just do offline. Hover quad, it really took. Why is it not giving me my ships for... Oh wait, hold up. Because I went to graph race. I'm an idiot. Graves a shiv. Okay. See how this ship does. Give it some proper testing. Oh, am I in ammo? Ooh. That's not ideal. There's so many. They're all coming at me so quickly, too. Oh, Atmo flight is so funky. What do you mean it melted them that fast? What do you mean? There's no way. Okay, this one's already damaged. Dude, this thing's melting the Vandal. What the fuck? Might have to do Pyroswarm after it. This feels broken. It's absurd how fast they're melting. The ballistics on this is just shredding them. This does not feel right. This doesn't feel like it's implemented properly. This feels broken, like the game mode's not working the way it's supposed to. What was that? 3 shots on him and dies? No. There's no way. That doesn't feel right. Hold up. Exit menu. What the fuck? That cannot be an accurate representation. Let's do Pyroswarm. Then we'll know for sure. That's insane. Hopefully this gives me a better idea, because that did not feel the way I think it's supposed to. Okay, this feels a little more accurate. This ship feels so good, honestly. It's like a happy medium between like a lighter fighter and a cutty, because the cutty feels like a little sloshy. Does that make sense? Whereas this, it feels like it hits hard, it drives fast, it's nimble. Like, Shiv is such an appropriate name, honestly. And it doesn't do that bad against light fighters either. Ooh. Yeah, I could whip this thing around. It's so good. Oh, yeah, new favorite ship. Hands down. Oh damn, the repair disappeared. That's fine. We don't need repairs, I'm too good. It seems my keybinds are working in Arena Commander, which is interesting because it was not working in the PTU. The ship is good, dude. Give me 2 seconds. The ship's lasting quite a while. I'll definitely try out the Paladin after this. Oh, damn. Ooh, I'm getting lit the fuck up. Don't go into the beam. Oh, there's watched another ship. fly into the beam. Okay, that's some bullshit. They're fucking ramming me, dude. That's not fair. Some nonsense. Well, when in doubt, thread the needle and do some low flying, because apparently both players and NPCs can't manage to do some type maneuvering. So all these missiles do. Tempest and... oh, okay. Air missiles we've had before. Someone behind my ass. Where the fuck is this guy? Oh, whipping around me. It's getting annoying. Nice. Repair would be great right about now. Oh, speaking of. What the fuck, man? It keeps disappearing right before I can grab him. That's some bullshit. I go to get repairs and they vanish right as I go to get them. Oh, can I change ships? I don't know. Okay, let's try the Paladin in some combat. Okay, let's try the Paladin out there. I also wanted to, I wonder if I could find it in here real quick. Is there no blast shield here like there was for deploy landing gear for the lower deck? I guess not. Ooh, this ship handles nice. Ooh. Oh, dude, no, the Paladin's gonna be so brute. Oh wait, no, I'm still using the. But excuse me. That's why it looks off. This is the fucking Shiv. It didn't give me the Paladin. I'm like, oh, this feels really good. It feels almost identical to the Shiv. It's because it is the Shiv. But the Paladin selected, launch. See if it actually gives me the Paladin this time. No, not graze the shit. Why is it doing this to me? It really... Okay, well, I can select it from here. Deploy. Now we got the Paladin. Yeah, I guess there's no blast shield for the top side. Interesting. Suppose it makes sense. Okay, let's see how this handles. Yeah, okay, this is the feel. Yeah, I was like, wow, this feels exactly like the Shiv. Yeah, no, this is the sluggish feel I expected. Oh. It is so frustrating to maneuver compared to the Shiv, to be honest. Definitely, like, more practical as a crewed gunboat. But it definitely hits hard, which is obviously good. But going into gimbaled, it's much more practical, given the horrid rotation speeds. But it's a beefy ship. I mean, they would have been, with how much they're hitting me, they would have been popped through my my shields in the Shiv already. Why is... What the fuck? Gimbaled has it fucking spacing the bullets out. Sporks, I did not ask. Mr. fucking professional backseater over here. Berg's got the Shiv to spawn? You mean the Stinger to spawn? The Shiv's in PTU. The Stinger is the one that's not popping in. Why does it space the... Dude, why does Gimbaled space the guns out? That is really bizarre. No other ship does that when you go into Gimbaled. Tried to recopy, mine still isn't there. Stinger distracted stream, yeah. I've heard that it's going in for some people. At least I've noticed that on Global, but it's not going in for everybody. Streamer privilege, of course Burks has the fucking Stinger, dude. Oh my god, this thing is so sluggish. Dude, I hate how this thing handles. It's definitely more practical as a crewed gunboat. This is brutal to handle otherwise. Well, I guess I just answered that, didn't I? It's a tanky ship, so you can take some hits. But man, is it hard to maneuver. It's very, very heavy. It is not doing as much as I'd like it to. It's much more practical to be crewed. If you're solo in this thing, it's basically like, okay, well, if you run into something, you better hope it's not a speedy light fighter. And even then, like, fighting anything that's bigger than that, it's gonna be hard to maintain better maneuverability over that other ship. It is... Oh my god. Definitely a ship I would only use as a group gameplay ship. Is it bubble or face shield? I don't remember. Let me check. Let's see here. Quadrant. Which, you know, it makes it even, but it has like multiple size 3s, doesn't it? Holds up pretty, I'm just gonna let it get shot up while I look. No, it has one size 3. But yeah, it can take a beating, that's for sure. Having 4 size... It would be a good duo ship, but I think a 4-man would definitely make this ship incredibly brutal. The gimbals are a little fucked on it right now, it seems, because it spaces out the shots rather than keeping them at a focal point like they're supposed to. The drawback with the Asgard is the bubble shield, and the Corsair also one size 3. Yeah, I think this ship will be comparable to... Maybe comparable to a Corsair. I mean, the Corsair is still a lot more nimble. But crewed, I think this ship would be a lot more brutal than a crewed Corsair. For sure. I mean, once you get a good lineup of shots on something, though, it's pretty good. It's not bad. I don't love it. I'm definitely more infatuated with the Shiv. But it's a good ship. Don't get me wrong. Like, this Paladin feels amazing. As far as, like, the size of the ship, how it feels. It's not something you'd solo, though. I think if you have someone, at least one more person in this ship, you're going to be an absolute fucking menace. Especially if you get that, your co-pilot to have the turret on belly side. But it hits really hard. Feels good. It could be a lot longer to get through the waves than it did in the Shiv, though. The Shiv gets a lot more missiles on top of that. This thing only gets 10. A little bit of a drawback in my opinion, but it's a gunboat, not a missile boat. Yeah, yeah. I'm not super in love with the Paladin, but feels good. Were they bigger missiles? It was... What was it? What size are they? Size 4s and 3s. So they're decent sized missiles, but nothing crazy. But that being said, the Shiv is my fucking favorite. Obituary if you wanna test guns. Okay. Yeah, I'll hop in real quick. Right. Real quick though. Fucking queues, man. So when do you think we're gonna get the new patch? It's probably gonna go in like Wednesday or Thursday like it has been, right? Be nice if it went in on like Tuesday, but they probably want to get like a little bit of testing on the new ships over the next week and then roll out the patch on Friday. Be my guess. Still can't believe next month. Neither can I, dude. That's insane. This is wildly insane. Love the new ship lineup, man. I'm obsessed. I really want to try the Stinger, so once I get in, but the Stinger's still not there, I may erase and recopy my character again and see if it loads in. Otherwise, we'll just have to wait. It's hard to not say like things like streamer privilege when people like Burks are like one of the few people that ends up with that Stinger actually loading it. I'm like, that's oddly convenient. And watch Salty Mike not have his. It always seems to play out that way for those guys. Not to say any of that's deliberate, but oddly convenient. Well, in the next week, I'll probably be making some videos regarding these new ships. I had other things planned, but they throw curveballs at us like this. It's fine. No, what do you mean anti-cheat error? Anti-cheat error my ass, dude. The fuck? Are you sure about that? Still on the loading screen. The hell? Okay. Try loading it up again. Oh, it signed me out of the... Bruh. Okay. It was having me copy... Oh, maybe they fixed it. It's having me copy it over to the BTU again. log out again, I guess. Get back in there eventually. Maybe the stinger will be there. Dude, what the fuck? It's acting. What the f? I can't get in. It's telling me it's not copied over. What if I was actively in there too? Yeah, no. It's just not. I just recopied like twice. I think it's gotta take some time. That fucking sucks. Who knows how long that's gonna take? Damn. I don't know what to do about that. Not much I can do, really, is there? So many people trying to get in, check email for a confirmation. Yeah, I know. Well, last time I copied, it took like half an hour before the email came through, so I just gotta wait. That sucks. Yeah, it's not working. Lovely. It's obnoxious. I don't want to wait for the email, dude. I don't know what to do about that. Just wait. Very annoying. I try relogging one more time, and then if it doesn't work, then I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, no. I think my guess is they did a force swipe on the people who had their shit copied and didn't have the stinger. I don't know. That's frustrating. Well, in that case, I mean, normally I stream in the evenings, but CitCon flipped things around on me today, but I'm just gonna kill it here. I have videos and shit to edit anyhow, so there will be a new highlight tomorrow. I will do some, I guess, review videos on the new ships for you guys to check out. What else? I'll likely be live tomorrow. If not, you guys will see me on Monday. Appreciate you coming in, watching. Excited for next month, excited for Nyx. I will catch you guys in the next stream. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, morning, whatever it may be for you. And hopefully you're able to get into the BTU because I'm not. Bye.